And you all will be able to say you were there. So this is we are Five Voice Brush is the name of our group, and we began with 4 poets, and the 5th voice was, of course, the jazz. And Joe Morales and I, we were members of this church. We met, and I introduced the idea to him. He says, great. He says, you know how, there's this guy, Chris Rogers, who paints. And so we pulled Chris in, and we all realized we're all recovering alcoholics, and so we are sort of the or unholy trinity, I should say, of addiction. And we're no longer, we don't drink, but we're terribly addicted to love, right? Yeah, and so that's why we're here. We know that we need to lean on each other, and that's what this collaboration is about, bringing our respective art forms together so we can share that. And we never know what's going to happen here. I'm going to tell you that from the beginning, because it's a pretty much an improvisational gig. Now, you see me sitting up here giving little clues at what this poem's about, but the musicians pretty much are in dialogue with the poets, and then Chris is there recording the whole thing on canvas. That's the concept. So what will happen, we don't know, but it's worked out pretty well so far. We are going to get to love. We're going to talk about love, and from lots of different angles. I have had the advantage of reading all the poems that you're going to have, and these folks have brought their A game. I couldn't be prouder of these apostles of poetry, if you will. They're really, I want you to look at the booklet that you have. Take it home with you, and you see how accomplished all these people are. And the miracle was they were all available on this day, which was the day we had. So we're really grateful that they came out. We have folks have come here from San Antonio, as well as Houston and Austin, of course. So I appreciate them taking the time to drive all the way up here. And none of them are getting paid, I should point out. So they will have books to sell after dinner. We're all going to sit down and eat together first, and then we'll take some time for you to do some book signing. So I say, poets, we don't make a lot of money. That may surprise you, but we don't. And they put a lot of energy in the work that they do, so one of the ways we can reward them is buying their books. So I strongly encourage you to buy them. You won't be sorry. I've read most of these books, and they're good stuff. Many of you have already made donations, and we really appreciate that. That'll help out. I got a grant from the Reynolds Foundation to cover most of this, but we never really quite have enough. And we also like to have seed money so we can do this again next year. So if you can see yourself clear to make a donation, that would be great. There's a donation box out there at reception. And so, thank you for that. We're going to get to the love, but part of love is, or I should say that in any kind of love, there's usually sadness, there's pain, and I was particularly saddened when I heard on Juneteenth, it's a wonderful day. It took us so long to get that to be a national holiday, and particularly here in Texas, the day to know the news, I should say, that freedom came here finally to Texas, and then we had a shooting up in Round Rock. So I didn't think we could begin until we paid homage to that and offered our condolences here with song and with a moment of silence for not only the family's victims, but also the victims of the perpetrator as well. So if we can do that, that would be great. But we're going to open with a piece. There will be a few verses and then a chorus. And the last chorus is "This Summertime." And if you feel it, you'll get the groove after you listen for a while. And if you want to join us on "This Summertime," that would be great. And I'll invite my friends up here to join me. going to San Francisco, sure to wear flowers in your hair. 'Cause if you're going to San Francisco, you're gonna meet some gentle people there. Gentle people, gentle people, gentle people, gentle people. Gentle people, gentle people, gentle people, gentle people. If you're going to Round Rock, Texas, there's summertime, there'll be some crying there on the streets of Round Rock, Texas. Gentle people with flowers in their hands. This summertime, 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 this summertime. I should have said that was supposed to be our moment of silence. You weren't very silent. That's fine, my bad. So let's have a moment of silence for those folks that I mentioned. I also want to say we received some sadness this week because we lost a friend to jazz and a friend to this community. Dr. Polk has nurtured so many people in the jazz community, and he died yesterday. And I'll tell a story about him. When he came, he's played at the piano here a number of times. The last time he came here, and he, like me, he needs back support. So he couldn't do the piano bench. And we look over there, and he's sitting on a chair. And Eileen O'Brien is our rector, and she's on sabbatical now. But she called me aside, and she said, "Do you see the chair that Dr. Polk's sitting on?" I said, "Yeah." It's the bishop's chair. Well, I'm a Presbyterian, so we don't have bishops. And I said, "Is there a problem with that?" She says, "No, I wonder if we could get him to sign it." So we want to remember Dr. Polk as well. And so let's have a moment of silence. Amen. Varsha Sarai Shah is going to offer a blessing, there she is, in Sanskrit for us.
So Om is a mantra of oneness. It's also considered the primordial sound of creation, and Shanti means peace of hearts and mind. So I'm going to chant 3 shlokas which repeat the sounds, and each one of them has the basic meaning is, let us protect each other together, and we live this life together, work together. May there be no hatred between us. So lead me from illusion to truth, darkness to light, death to eternity. Let us all be at peace and in harmony. Om Sahana Bhavatu Sahanau Bhunaktu Sahaviryam Karvavahai Tejasvina Vaditamastu Ma Vidvishavahai. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Asatoma Satgamaya Tamasoma Jyotirgamaya Mrityurma Amrutam Gamaya. Om Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Sarvetra Sukhina Santu Sarve Santu Niramaya Sarve Bhadrani Pashyantu Ma Karchit Dukkhamapnuyat. Om 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 Shanti Shanti Shanti. Namaste.
I mentioned that our rector is on sabbatical, but we are so glad to have Father George Porter here as our associate rector. We're so glad he beat a path to our door from Nicaragua. So, Father George.
Thank you. Good evening. For me, it's a joy, it's an honor to be here between all these artists, these poets. But in the way that St. James congregation really welcomed these type of acts, I'd like to wish you a warm welcome for those who are here for the first time. We hope to see you again in the future days coming. But in this way of being part of the key of this summer love that we're sharing here, I'd like to offer this short prayer for all of you, artists or not artists. O God, whom saints and angels delight to worship in heaven, be ever present with your servants who seek through arts and music the perfect praises offered by your people on earth, and grant to them even now glimpses of your beauty and make them worthy at Lent to behold it, unveiled forevermore. Through our Lord and Savior and Creator, our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. Amen. Have a peaceful evening.
It's a lovely prayer, Varsha. It makes up for trying to steal my poems, though. She walked off with my poems. It happens sometimes. 1967 was the summer of love on the West Coast, and on the East Coast was the summer of soul. Took place in Harlem, in New York. And the first one was in response to the war we were engaged in and offering love as an alternative to war. But the second was also an act of love, trying to engender love in the Black and Latinx folks in that community by showcasing all the Black and brown talent that was there. And we are going to do the same thing here. And we have a rich stew. We even sprinkled a few white people in there so it's not too spicy. And I'm one of them. And I'm going to begin with a piece that is a three-part poem. I ask each of the poets, when they share their poetry, to share a little bit about their cultural background. And I'm sure that they struggled, as I did, in leaving my cultural background for a while. I wasn't so proud of it, and it took me a while to come back to my Irish roots. I grew up in the home of my immigrant Irish grandparents, and for them, faith was what they clung to, and it was literally represented in the form of a rosary bead. And I've kind of made my peace with the rosary bead, as you would imagine, as a Presbyterian minister now. By the way, I'm Terry Dawson. People tell me I always forget to introduce myself. But I'm a Presbyterian minister, but I've been worshiping here at St. James for 20 years. And so this is my acclamation, or I should say my own interpretation of the rosary in my life. The middle part of this was written on Good Friday, and there's some allusions that you might take from that. It's entitled, When Only a Rosary Will Do. Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, in 1967. This is an at-home novena in 4 haikus for Papa Joe. Chiaroscuro arms, black hair, white skin, splay bed, struggle to descend. Chiaroscuro hands, black hair, white skin, eat beads, crushed to floor, his knees. Chiaroscuro head, black hair, white skin, whispers, words, trusts all are heard. Chiaroscuro world, black facts, white truths align. One guy prays 9 times. 2, bead birds, Austin, Texas, Good Friday, 2024. I'm not an ornithologist. I am a bird, Saul Bellow. With ghostly, nearly unnoticed aplomb, aping graveside umbrellas folding one by one, dozens of cormorants cluster at dusk on the banks of the lower Colorado. The tangled bald cypresses whose roots grip tight the fragile caliche of shrinking soil gather these pelagic silhouettes like beads to thumb a twilight prayer, each bird a felt Hail Mary. Red crepuscular dusk with the day's weight now settles in the crevices of everything. All our wings are weary, all our eyes grow dim. Our sins ever before us wash thin in the scrubbing darkness. Soon we'll dream of wriggling fish in our scissor bills that gently, gently press firm to point the way and lift us high in the bloodied light, so unashamed to die. To free us from tedious study of ourselves as we get lost in the counting of our feathered strokes. Approaching once more the maw of tomorrow, we, now Icarus in reverse, leave the sun to itself, find ourselves in the dark, tear temple veils apart again and again and again. 3, prestidigitation. In the very end, civilizations perish because they listen to their politicians and not to their poets. Jonas Mekas. Once more, the escape artist arrives in the nick of time with the precise metaphor, allowing us now to quarter in this dinghy of black and white, this tippy rosary of sounds. The poem must drown a little before it floats on its illusion of words, urging up like misfortunes that bob into place, rising to blur all pressing current events, if only for a moment. A bubble of breath ascending from the sea floor of the already yellowing page, as if promising to undo the rope of distraction that binds us to the falderall we swear declares what's absolutely normal. Thank you. By the way, I should have mentioned, we love the clapping at the end of each poet's time, but in between, yes, there's an inner beat that comes out. See, there are people who've been here before, they know what to do, and then at the end, and when they say thank you, then you know they're done. So that's the clue. It's my honor to introduce our next poet, Sasha West. I did an interview with her from in the Austin Statesman, and she just shared such great wisdom, and I'm so pleased that she could be with us. Sasha, will you please come and grace our pulpit?
I'm already feeling the love here. It's been wonderful to run into some people I haven't seen in many years, and to meet new people. I'm going to read 3 poems about climate change, and what I would say is that these poems come from thinking about what happens if we start with the things, the people, the spaces that we already love, and then if we just keep widening that circle of care and widening until we can kind of gather in the whole world. This first poem is called "We've Not Long Come In." Or was I in my marriage bed, stuffed with hay? Or was I in the field between the plants, burrs, and hard globes of dust in sun? Or was I on the ice floor? Or was I in a river as I pushed you from my body? Once I brought you here, I could take the hood of family. Once you drank from me the name of mother. Here I am, your animal. You have made me flesh. I have made you to consume what the world is flurrying even now to make. You have bound him and me together in a ring of muscle and bone. Your hyphen weds our names. Had I a larger tongue, I would have cleaned you myself. I have disappeared inside your making, and the joy, unbearable in its steadfast thrum. I had the low call of it inside me always. It quakes, rearranges everything. Give awe your lineaments, and I will birth it. How to abandon ship. Cows calve, horses foal, goats kid, but women do not child. Another verb separates us from the noun of it. a distance between cells that split in my body, and her wet fur on my stomach. I spent all morning as an animal, all afternoon covering that knowledge up with dirt and sticks. I scratched out a hole to bury my shame in. Someday, my bones will be gnawed at by something with fur. I tasted bitter adrenaline down my throat. I lay with him, haunch to haunch, and rolled back my reason. Once our species could cooperate, we could drop bombs, invent plastic, extract fuels, burn and burn. Our forward-facing eyes made us predator. We studied bodies we'd made extinct as a hobby. How impossible we still roamed the countryside, still kept ships with such large holds. The animals my daughter loves best, she distorts with love. Bear's fur matted under an arm, skunk's head misshapen with sleep. I watch her menagerie fray, try to rethread the monkey's arm to its body, brush out the horse's tangle of plastic mane. In her room, I can repair a species. When she gets older, someone will tell her how to groom the animal off of herself. My body took calcium from my body to make her milk. I nursed her with my bones. The verb nurse means to care for an illness, to drink too long a single drink, to keep a grudge too closely. Her cells and mine changed places. I extracted my elements to feed her. What could be wilder? I meant my body as a mother. Believe in my bones the risk I feel. Weather the new war our culture tells us not to speak of. But my body knows to go outside in an earthquake, to huddle down when the wind blows, to bite, to keen, to howl. And this last one, I'm so happy to be here. I can't wait to sit down and listen. This last one is in two voices, a mother and a daughter speaking. Storytelling. We play a game called What Is Me? I touch the air in front of her. Not me. She breathes the air in. Me. I put the glass in front of her. Milk. She drinks. Me. She turns the tree's lemons into herself and the dirt in the carrot's skin. I point to the sun in the sky. Not me. And to her skin where it warms. Me. She pulls water, air, soil into, out of her body. A stranger's illness? Not me. Their virus in her? Me. Her body's carbon makes carbon dioxide? Me. From plants that clean the air, we make a meal? Me. The story I tell her burns her neurons? Me. My days go into her body and come out night. In my womb, her cells became hers and grew. Me. In the air, they crown and grow and compose. Not me. Her flesh passed through my flesh. Her body makes mine permeable. Thank you. All right, being the first person, I'm learning the rules as I go. I would love to welcome up Roja Chamankar. Should I read her bio or just welcome? Just welcome? Just welcome. Welcome.
Hi everyone, I'm so excited to be here with you, gathering together because of poetry and love. Looks like a miracle at this time and this age. Okay, I read a new poem, but I'll read it first in Persian, my native language, and then in English. اردیبهشت است، از قضا اردیبهشت است، یعنی شکست آفتاب از ابر، دلیل از دل، طلسم بغض در رگ. جاری شدم پای هر خط، هر درخت و نادرخت، یعنی علا جهان همه غروب حقحقی، پای حفره های خیال، خیال تخت. از کنار هم عبور کردیم، از قضا اردیبهشت بود، یعنی قهقه های بهارهای نارنج، تلو تلو خوران پیچیده در خون تاک، خون در خاک فرو نمی رود، جاری می شود در کبودی ماه. آه ماه، پای ماه وسط بود، وگرنه آسمان را بر سر شب می رنباندم، می خواباندم توی گوش جاده و در آغوش می کشیدمت، در ریشه های درخت می دمیدمت. چاقو بر پاره های انار پار می گریست، من بر کبودی ماه، یعنی علاج آن همه اردیبهشت حقحقی زیر حفره های هیچ. اردیبهشت است، دوباره مرا به بارش های سهمگینت، به خنده های شیرینت بباران، ناطور انگورهای شربی، توتهای سرخ، بهارهای نارنج، در خسخس نفسهای خیس من بخیسان، بخوابان توی گوش جاده، و عشق را همین طور از همین باورهای بی دلیل معمولی دوباره به باور و عشق را. آه ماه من، عشق را دوباره در من برآور. It is May. It happens to be May. That is the sun's defeat by cloud, reason by heart, the spell of the lamp in vain. I flowed under every line, every tree and whatnot. That is the cure to all those sunsets, sobbing under the holes of mind, an easy mind. We passed along each other. It happened to be May. That is the citruses giggles, sobbing, embracing the blood of grapevines. Blood does not penetrate the soil. It flows on the moon's bruising. Oh, the moon, it was just because of the moon, or I would have shattered the sky over the night, smacked the road and embraced you, inbreathed you in the roots of the tree. The knife was crying over the pieces of last year's pomegranate. On the moon's bruising eye, that is the cure to all those maize sobbing under the holes of the tree. It happens that we passed along each other. It is May. Memory does not penetrate the soil. It risks and it flows down the passing. It is May. Rain me again to your severe storms, to your sweet laughters, catcher of drinking grapes, red mulberries, and those citruses of home suck the abundance of your salt and pepper ringlets in the wet whizzes of my breaths. Smack the road and make me love and make love be live again. In these very regular beliefs, just for the sake of it, and make me believe in love again. My moon, in love again. Thank you. That's my honor to introduce Charles Darner.
It's almost overwhelming. Art, music, words. It's quite an experience. The first poem that I like to read is a traditional romantic love poem. It's called Counting. You asked me once how many kisses are enough. From you, my heart knows not a number. Infinite, if that is a number, may suffice. Or, if there is a number finite, surely it is near the grains found on the deserts or all the beaches of the world. We could sit side by side, count and kiss, till we grow old and die, our dust to mingle, sink in the sand, and still not be enough. The second poem is The Fault of Billy Collins. He's a current poet here in the United States, former poet laureate of the United States. I was listening to an interview, and he was saying that when he gets stuck, he asks himself questions, and one of them is, what if? So this is my take on that. Speaking in colors. What if we lived on another world? Our bodies elongated, fingers extending for long inches, crystallized, seeing for miles in a purple sky. And when we turned those eyes skyward, what strange moons and star patterns would be our Orions? How would we smile? Indeed, how would we laugh? Would our mouths be in the old familiar place, on an old familiar face? And what if, when we fall in love, we would know without doubt? For we would find ourselves speaking in colors, and singing in song. Terry asked us to include a poem about our cultural background. And so I pulled a poem from my chapbook, Water, Tongues, Earth, and Blood. It's a book about the people and places of South Louisiana, which is where I'm from. Cajun Dreams. I doze now on this park bench, on this bench swing, on this high porch, while the slow waters of the bayou, the Indians call the Teche, flow through and down to the Gulf. Its cadence was the same when my fathers were welcomed by the Spanish. The English burned our farms, drove us out of Acadia. The Spanish feared them too, coming west, spreading like a shadow when the sun sets. We joined Galvez to fight the new Americans, to help the new Americans drive them far to the north, away from this, our new land. We made our homes here, raised our children and our cattle, went to mass here, and built our towns. Our French is still our own, but only the old people speak it now. They speak it for the tourists on the square, or in front of St. Martin's of Tours, or at Evangeline's Oak, but that is just for show. Someday, the last French words will be spoken over some café au lait and crepes with powdered sugar. The last waltz will be sung at the last fête au dos on some Saturday night. But when I dream, I will dream in French. Thank you. Sorry, Griselda. Griselda J. Castillo is a bilingual poet from Laredo. She's daughter of Mexican immigrants, first-generation American who explores biculturalism through poetry. Her work can be found in the Ocotillo Review, Sparkle and Blink, and Cha-Cha-Laka Review. She also performs her poetry with Five Voice Brush, an improvisational art and jazz collective. Her chapbook, Blood and Piloncillo, won the 2018 National Association of Chicana and Chicano Studies Tejas Foco Best Poetry Book Award. Griselda.
Thank you so much, everybody, for coming. I'm doing a love poem first, and then I'm doing a poem talks about some immigration, so we're going to take a little bit of a trip down there to the border with me. This first poem is called Elgin. We sat outside smelling cotton, flattered by leaf-tongue air songs, by clouds that spoke no truths, dragged nails across our scalps, tilling a rough and wordless love. We sought the roots of love, tangled in black earth, clutching clumps of love like fistfuls of hair. La verdad is love was dark and private. To grasp it, we dug inward and were blinded. Coming in from the sun to a house filled with nothing, led to an orange kitchen by the stumbling of love's hollow sounds. Poppies in the rain don't think about love. They think about the weather, or las abejas lifting off of them loaded with pollen. They think about the ache of being nuzzled from within. In this corner, the spring of another time clustered around gallinas, pecking love off the ground in Elgin. Red wasps flew over grass swells hunting water. To them, love was a puddle in a half-buried doll's face. Their love descends on eyes and drinks tears. In this corner, love drives its beak through figs drawing sangre. Red lodo bleeds, and fruit love is taken by the soil. I've forgotten if there were chicharras that day, or just traffic vibrating on the veins of a highway, or if the creek spilled onto our love, flipping honey trucks, or if the sweet glue bound and trapped our wings. How did we get so lost, dreaming of insects? The buzz at the end of our sleep was your tongue, loving, thirsty, a red wasp emerging from the ground. Thank you. Henry's Cabin. All right, this is a tracking poem, so we're gonna have a little bit of movement here. Henry's Cabin. Head down looking for bloodlines streaking Caliche Hills. Henry tracked the deer he shot on his land southwest of Rock Springs until his cabin got raided. He'd find his plywood door kicked in every now and then, still surprised by the guns and whiskey on the shelves, by his untouched bed and clean kitchen, and tallied up the valuables he knew would still be there. Henry contemplated the women, the kids, the exhausted men who must have thought his flimsy cabin a palace after sleeping hard nights in the monte, how they only took oil, rice, and cans he kept in the pantry. And in some ways, Henry didn't care about fixing the cabin, but double padlocked the door once the border fence was secured, left plastic bins filled with water, 5-gallon jugs on the porch so he could sleep at night. Henry considered the trek to his cabin, woke up to find a hawk twisting a dove at the bottom of his pila de agua, and took a day to track those miles to the border, flanked by quiet rams eating trampled cactus. Henry hasn't found the sendero or game trail that brings desperate feet to his cabin on occasion, but still looks for discarded clothes, hair barrettes, trash, and other things people leave behind in a hurry. Henry still looks for signs of having made it to the other side. Thank you. They did it to me, I did it to him. Sorry. I'm very honored to welcome Kelly Ann Ellis from Houston, Texas. Come on up, Kelly.
So when Terry told me the theme was love, I said, I don't write love poems, but I actually do. I wrote these for my family, and they're set around the ocean, which I also love. And so these are for my daughters. First one is Child in Waves, Seagrove, 1994, for Blythe. Sky eyes, sea deep, storm-warned, pen poised, just so. Paint writes, purple's plum, green leaks, besotted pink, poet ghosts. Flit float, cross chasms, wait not, want not, allow. One noon, hot, high, sky cool, waves huge, and you, small broth, Suzanne apple, red speck, scarlet yarn, blazoned on, billowed, borrowed, blue. Reef. My daughter, the color of coffee and cream. hands to be the perfect shell. I wear white, so crisp I crackle. My smile from a magazine. The scene, repose. The sky, heartbreaking blue. The beach whispers something about nothing to do. This is a dream. I am disheveled, smile seldom, eat white bread. This sand is strewn with rubble. Seaweed, driftwood, dead fish congealed. There are no perfect shells. The tides, relentless, render all hollow, at least a miss. Broken tip, core crumbled, spiral askew. Even you, my sun-slick daughter, burnished, polished as a pebble, jagged edges on your reef. No Aphrodite emerging, belly soft, placid as an oyster. Rather, you wear a necklace of teeth, like Pele, proud, at war with the sea. Setting it right. Despite weighty matters, I steal down to Galveston one winter afternoon with my scattered daughters to look at the water and to stack rocks. Beginning with December solstice, East Beach has bloomed a garden of stones, totems built by children, old folks, anyone who happens to pick up a rock and make something of it. The shore is bright with winter, the water cold and silver, but those stones, they hold the sun. 2 of my daughters are gone. Dominique dragging 6 suitcases across Asia, late for every flight, and Blythe on a train to Boston, pockets full of rocks, alone. So it's just the 3 of us about this precarious business. Genevieve, blanket cloud, wistful, fine shells, quiet, earnest in her reticence, convinced that nothing lasts. Madeline, who still believes in magic, or at least industry, hoists rocks recklessly, designing, denying gravity. Then there's me, forever chasing after a feather fallen from my frequent flights. Something light to balance out the dark, the weight. Always a little something, however slight. These rocks are wholly broken, parts of a bigger entity, as is this island, even the ocean, these families, mine, me, fragments of some once full vessel, dashed like a poem on a remnant reef, line breaks jagged, negligent, random. Thus we build, in waning, lovely winter light, ragged rock angels, concrete wishes to make holy, beautiful, memorials to the possible, because and in spite of the tide, the night. Thank you. And I'd like to welcome up Rod Carlos Rodriguez.
I come all the way from San Antonio, and the traffic was horrible,
So let's shift from.
but definitely worth it just being here with all of you. Thank you so much for having this. I really, really appreciate it. I am going to read 3 pieces, and I'm so excited because this is the first time I've been here, and from what I can tell, this is a wonderful, wonderful church and wonderful people. Mine is a bit different, kind of complicated between love and, well, less than love. And this one also references the border as well, like Griselda's piece. Coyote Lullaby. Dawn paints his cheeks in fluid pinks and grays. Handcuffed to the rusted car's bumper night before last, he listens to coyote lullabies that echo amid a Texas desert's sandy sweet fragrance. Water bottle still half empty, rocks as a newborn, next to the sage bush and the ocotillo, 10 feet away from a tongue swollen, a mouth frozen in 100-degree screams. And the dinero he borrowed in Juarez for this passage. It flies past the lullabies, sails between cerveza symphonies and topless lap dances 2 nights before last. Even as his breath is a child's rasp, he caresses pitted, sunburned lips. If he's found, maybe the blanqueador of his bones will match the pale stones at his feet. He wishes for one last lullaby. Sure fine hopes and tar pits. He waits. His sure fine lowrider parked by the gas pump. He knows the drugs filled with sunsets and waves crashing against a reddish pink sky will arrive soon. They always do. He only has to wait a little longer. He'll refuse the pills covered in yesterday's headlines, stories of exceptionalism and howdy-doody time. He'll settle with aluminum balls stuffed with tomorrow's hopes, sprinkled over tar pits and sour despots lining their pockets with fool's gold. Last one. Oops, wrong one. There we go. This one is called Jesus of Three Gazes. Jesus of three gazes at their backs and freezes as Sabina's puppy of cotton stares, surprised by the man of spiders taking his lunch break outside the prison. A paper-thin sports athlete, Jose glowers at old men walking toward gourmet hot dogs. But Maria keeps throwing bread at the birds in her cell, frantic to get out of the way. She cries at the injustice of Martel diners lost to age and deserts, and clouds hiding dancing children in flower print dresses. Who decides when borders are no longer cages for a Maria, a Jose, a Sabina, a Jesus of three gazes? Thank you. Please, please give a big hand for Varsha Saraya Shah.
Okay, this one is for the musicians here, my love of jazz. Invitation. Don't trouble the truffles. I fancy no florals or strawberries coated in caramel. Just come. When the sun goes down, we'll dance to blue in green. Little Jimmy Scott doing his gig for the folks who live on the hill, sipping scotch with moon on his luminous window, showcasing like a midnight sun, till Sarah makes her rounds from table to table, lover man on her sassy tongue, filling the terrace with rhapsody, riffing room to room until dawn. Stay with me, won't you? This is a rather thick poem. It's a love poem for my city of Houston. And it's seen by an outsider, Gaia, an artist from New York. So there is a conflict there. The last two lines are a take from our great Emily Dickinson. So the title of the poem is Emily Dickinson Renames My City. And it was inspired by so the guy did an installation called Marshland. He called our city Marshland at Rice Gallery. Gaia attempts to showcase my city, murals its guts and sculpts its skies. Stories of commoners, their barbecue joints and ethnic boutiques, taquerias and bayou fiestas beside pioneers' portraits, Ellen Brothers, Marsh Rice, Fannin. A Wardham classic fits in the grid of traffic, urban and country folks, country folks roaming from MLK Boulevard to Miller Outdoor Theater. A diverse people, her cosmos. First word to Cinco Ranch, immigrants proud of Johnson Space Center, and men love to fish amid chirping seagulls, ballerinas and hip-hop artists. Sprawling homes and high-rises symbolize marshland riches. If Emily Dickinson were to navigate this city of no zones, strip malls, and adult clubs, riding a wild night of rodeo, she might name us Eden of Experience. Gaia might drop in a postscript from New York. I dwell in possibility. This is my letter to the marshland judge tenderly of me. And I'm going to finish this one with some ethnic touch. A couple of festivals, one of them mentioned here is called Makar Sankranti Day, when the sun enters the Capricorn, and we call it Kite Flying Day, colloquially. It's on January 14th, sorry. And it's really my love poem for so many things I love. All things small, especially in nature, seeds and insects and sprouts and you name it. So another festival in here is it's during monsoon. So without further ado, The title is Praise the Small. Small like the new crop of sesame seeds on Makar Sankranti festival, kite flying day, our winter's harbinger. Seeds fallen from sweet little brittles of tal papadi, a crisp treat made with ghee and jaggery filled our kitchen and mouths with joy. Small, like a mustard seed or two popping from a skillet, rescued off the counter. Ah, the spicy, bitter delight of a crunch. No different than liberating a word from its crew of synonyms. 2. And teasing little ants, black and some scary large, licking our honey-sweet mangoes, overripe guavas. I would tickle them from under street vendors' cars with a discarded incense stick at the age of 8. Ants and baby squirrels. Our produce markets, free rangers. Market was the best place for all things small. Bite-sized veggies and little globes of tart purple berries. 3. Watching mung and mud beans, the size of freshwater pearls, green and sienna, sprouting from clay pots, assigned 1 per girl. For the 5-day festive fasting rite, pleasing Shiva in monsoon. For the best husband, intrigue of a vigil, ambivalence of play and regimen. Waiting was never my virtue. When the sprouts began on the 3rd or 4th day, I knew a curly poem will soon make a debut from the dirt. And smallness is the only thing so easy to love, expecting nothing in return. Like consonants and vowels, building a song, always ready to uncage like a bird. Thank you.
Is it lunch yet?
Lenia, the Ukrainian poet in my group, so proud to have introduced to her. Until 2007, Elena lived in Ukraine and worked in engineering management. Currently, she assists in a Houston law firm. After her debut book, Induction, Elena published 2 poetry books in English, Aching Miracle, 2015, and Desert Candles, 19. Elena's poems have appeared in Notre Dame Review, Texas Review, Chicago Quarterly Review, North Dakota Quarterly, Southwestern, American Lit, Porterhouse Review, California Quarterly. Anthologies by presses of Sulrod State University, Lamar, and elsewhere. A film presenting her poem at the 2023 Miami Chroma Film Festival won in the category Best Cinematic Poetry. Welcome, Elena Petrova.
Good evening, everyone. My first poem, written for my father, will bring you to the World War II Kazakhstan, where my grandfather, Moses, was evacuating engineering equipment from Ukraine. It's called Araki. Jambul, Kazakhstan, 1943. Moses, my father, red-headed father, in his round glasses and broad clothes helmet, saved since his years in the Red Cavalry, stood on the step of a GSMM truck and spread military trench coat into the space of the missing windshield to protect his wife and child against the slapping rain. In a similar way, my dad often shielded my mother, me, and others whenever things got broken. The semi-blinded commander of engineering echelon, Moses, wasn't sent to Stalingrad, where my other grandfather fought, survived, and painted factories with portraits of Stalin, whom he hated. It's not about them, though. It's only about my 4-year-old evacuee father and irrigation ditches called Araki in Kazakh language. Collected from the ridge, mountain waters slowly forked to gardens. The boy, devising a way to speed the flow to his rig, blocked the collector with dirt after water reached his yard. Neighbors from low areas appeared, shouting as the boy learned that family was much broader than he thought. Many thirsty and hungry, whom thereafter the son of Moses never failed. And my last poem is one I wrote for a filmmaker from Houston, Chip Edmondson, who turned it into the visual love letter to Houston that shelters so many immigrants, including Ukrainians. Hidden Life. The old cashier in Kroger, once a teacher in English in Kyiv. Oh, maybe I will start from Ukrainian, just a few lines. Скрите життя. Старенька касірша у Крогері, колись вчителька в Києві, кличе кожного мій рідний. Каже мені українською про немовля, загинувши під час ракетного удару, та англійською до наступного в черзі. Це купон на знижку тобі, my dear. Hidden Life. The old cashier at Kroger, once a teacher of English in Kyiv, calls everyone my dear. She tells me in Ukrainian about the newborn killed in a missile strike. And to the next in line, I will clip the coupons for you, my dear. In Hebrew, the joy we feel for others despite our own sorrow is embraced by one word, Firgun. I feel joy watching children as they cartwheel and toss balls of astroturf at Bella Green. I feel joy about Brahms' Frei aber-froh movement, so consonant with heartbeats at John's Hall. From the bridge over the ship channel, I recognize the view with refineries that feels like home to you, my friend. The way I felt for years in Donetsk about terracons of coal mines, my father's hidden life underground. The hidden life matters most in the vortex of highways and words, this convex mirror reflecting those on whose shoulders we stand? What are the odds that you from Pleasantville would have met me thanks to photos by Gordon Parks and letters of farmer Franz Jagerstätter, guillotined for refusing the oath to Reich? Still, it's a cognitive dissonance. At noon, I soon blacked out Kyiv. At the post-concert dinner, my mind unconsciously translates the check to hryvnias, banknotes that could have bought more quick-cloth combat gauze, but my palm has grown the line of life where it was interrupted. My eyes have grown attached to southern live oaks, astro hats, quinceañera dresses, hijabs, coffees, baby strollers. I feel joy walking by picnics at Herman Park, feeding squirrels with Nina Simone in my headphones. Dragonfly out in the sun, you know what I mean. If you look closer, the wandering glider who might have flown thousands of miles through tropical doldrums. And here she is, circling Houston Pine. Her filmy wings endured storms now glow. If it's not a wonder, my dear, what is it? Thank you, and let's greet the next poet and award-winning novelist, Christopher Carmona.
Well, thank you all for doing this. This has been great so far. Thank you, Terry, for putting this together. So I'm going to read this first two here for this set, and I'll read the last four for the last set. So this one is a poem that I wrote for a friend of mine when he was in the hospital, Chuck Taylor. And this kind of came about in a conversation we were having there. So this one's called Small Discoveries. Small discoveries, soft sensations, books that vibrate with curiosity, cracking spines, testing the limits of ink on acid-free paper. Thump, thump, thump. Listen to the sound that goes beat, beat, beat. Feel it on your fingertips. Tap, tap, tap. Keep it time in your mind, 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 and drink it in. Pity 7 gorillas playing with woodcuts on the 10th of December. Strike sparks with sketches of ceremonies for the living, and pity no more. Get the truth out, get it out. It's scratching its way out. Help me get it out before it rips me apart. Spills all of me into this world. Where do we go when there's no door? Where do we look when there are no windows? Can we stare at the sun until it burns out? Or can we just be small discoveries? So this second poem here takes a bit of context. So there is, I guess, a time in history. There's referred to as Matanza down in South Texas, which was the murder, lynching, and land theft of thousands of Mexican Americans by the Texas Rangers. And so this poem kind of came out of that, and really kind of looking at how Hollywood portrays the Texas Rangers and the Lone Ranger. So this one is called, just one more, the real Lone Ranger was a African American U.S. Marshal. Just to let you guys know where this is going. Bass Reeves, who I think just had a show on Paramount that just came out, so that's the real Lone Ranger there. So this poem is called The Lone Ranger and Tonto Could Never Fist Fight in Heaven. All right. For the victims of the Los Rinches, the Lone Ranger and Tonto could never fistfight in heaven. Tonto would just never be allowed in. He would be sent to a different hell, one where heretics and cliches go to die, a slow and stereotypical hell where they hang their skin on the walls and white men walk around in them, like John Wayne as Genghis Khan or Gary Cooper as Geronimo, where they would finally tell Tonto what his name actually means. Johnny Reed, how you never knew the badge you wore on your chest was soaked with the blood of my people and the tears of a Raza not yet born. In your heaven, they will never tell you that you were actually a black man wearing a white mask. They would never tell you that your name was actually Bass Reeves and you escaped slavery to shoulder white man's burden. And old Bass, he would choose hell before he stepped foot into heaven, where he would never be let, and at least not through the front door. He would have to remember his pail if he wanted to eat from the back of the kitchen of American history. No, the Lone Ranger and Tonto could never fistfight in heaven. Just Disney would just never allow it. Thank you. All right, thank you guys. Now I'm going to bring up Alicia Garcia. If we want to welcome Alicia to the stage here.
It's so wonderful to be here, and thank you, Hermano, for organizing us once again, Terry. So it's so amazing to see so many people here. So, like, I met Varsha in San Miguel de Allende, and then she's here with me, and then Sasha in San Antonio, and so it's like I don't get to see people until our brother Terry brings us together. So this first poem is about Jacqueline Dupre, the famous cellist. She's mostly known for the Elgin Concerto. And it's for my uncle Emilio Hinojosa. We're originally from Mexico City. And I didn't discover him until I moved back to San Antonio. And we realized that our families had been intimate friends for 4 generations. So. And we saw this movie about Jacqueline Dupre's life together, so it's dedicated to him. Jacqueline Dupre. The sustained note on her Davidoff cello is the lament of Jews. In search of a homeland, Mozart soaks her gown with sweat under the seams. Every bow stroke, original sin. A world upside down in the strings, fingers, and vibrato. The applause is a place inside the throat, behind the face, buried in a clean white towel. Her thighs caress the madness of the Elgar Concerto, a pitch that finds home for only a moment. In Russia, this means a sanctuary that vodka cannot dull. In Spain, a castanet click of Madeira wine. The reason for Jacqueline and the violoncello is the heart, open between the legs, a tremolo that cannot be named. So since this is about what we love, so I wrote a poem to San Antonio de Béjar, which is the original name. It has some Spanish and some Nahuatl in it, so I'll translate it ahead of time. So curandera is healing, woman healer. Rinches, speaking of, is the colloquial term for the Texas Rangers that really did a number on us, as my fellow poet just talked about. There's a line here from Cesar Vallejo, the famous poet from Peru, Tierra desamada, tierra querida, which translates into land unloved, land that I love. And then there's the rebososo. And then there's the word coraje, which is courage in Spanish, and a temazcal, which is I'm forgetting the word in English. Sweat lodge, thank you. A sweat lodge. So, San Antonio de Bejar, Texas. Curandera shamans bewitch your eyes when you are born here. The bones beneath the earth speak to you, absorb, and mix with your breath. Declare the kinship to deer and frame the landscape raids of Comanches, Rinches, and the Border Patrol. I have bent the spines of many books, trying to understand all that has been killed, heated, and eaten here. Native cilantro, romero, and red cactus fruit call forth the many voices inside the bloodstreams. Tierra desamada, tierra querida, remembers bluebonnets hide rattlers under the same sky blue reboso. During the rain, conversations can be overheard in the spatter and maps found in a spider spinning. I have left your Texas skin many times, but your pendulum draws me home to your corn and your boons. San Antonio, savior of despair, of the broken and lost, invites all to bathe in the tincture of hope, swim in the history of sorrows, and find warmth in the fire rings of Hearthstone. Heat and ice will be my coffin. I will lie inside with Mexico in one hand and the Texas soil in the other. I find bravery and coraje when I return again and again to your river, to the memories absorbed in stardust ground, to your poetry, temazcal. Thank you. And it is my great honor and pleasure to introduce a wonderful person, and we met here last year for an honor that Terry did to my poet sister, Loretta Diane Walker. The 5th Poet Laureate of San Antonio, Andera Vocab Anderson, and also a wonderful, wonderful spoken word poet who has many, many prizes. Where is she? Vocab. Yay!
So when I came last time, I rode with Alicia. We were road dogs together. It's a pleasure to be back. This piece is entitled The Body as Religion. It's from a show that I recently did, and this poem is about self-love. We grieve the absence of youth, savoring sacraments of nostalgic seconds. We spend the best parts of our life seeking Sankofa and reclaiming for the fragmented parts of our nature. We desire the nurture of our heart and soul to let our body language speak fluidly with zeal, revealing a motif of movement suited to our sacred, yes, our sacred, that we may testify of it a space, whether it sanctuary, synagogue, shrine, or mosque. Your flesh is simply a temple carved out of spirit and bones, a place enthroned with awe-inspiring wonders From sharpened shoulder blades to thighs that thunder, we should humbly exalt the vessel that we've been given. We are no longer compelled and driven by outside force or coerced into relishing the resplendence of our form. We willingly perform the ceremony of self-love daily, holding space for the beauty bestowed in our bosoms. With rituals of rites, day and night we fight to preserve or let go of the things that no longer serve our inner majesty. This is the physical place where the peace and pieces of God rest upon our skin. From the scalp of our crowning glories to the pedestal of our twinkling toes. For the freckles, birthmarks, moles, for the wrinkles, scars of demarcation, and crows that flock in the folds of our face. Cherish the intricate altars built up, burnt down, and replaced by the residual and individual seconds spreading across your skin. We need to see the gathered moments of our timeline as a blessing, not vexed, dripping with oil. We face the turmoil of aging. We will reap the spoils, for it is our keepsake at the highest stake to divinely delight in at our discretion. You ought to know the body as religion. And now it's just about supper time, as we say in the South. So I'm sure somebody's going to come and bless the food, and then we're going to receive instructions on how to go into our town time where we can do what we do for like an hour.
How about these poets? Aren't they bad? Such a sweet crop makes you want to eat, right? So I think you're ready to do that. But how about the Joe Morales trio here? Dr. Jeremy George on the bass, Laura Mordecai on percussion, and the irrepressible Joe Morales. Let's go dine, and what we'll do is we'll go there and eat, the poets as well. I'll interrupt you there at some point so you can come and see the poets' books and hopefully buy some. So thanks. Let's go. We'll bless the food over there.
we go. Check. You can feel it in the streets on a day like this. The heat, it feels like summer. I feel like summer. It feels like summer. Yeah. 7 billion souls that move the sun around, rolling faster, fast, and not a chance to slow down. Slow down. Men who made machines that want what they decide. Parents trying to tell their children, please slow down. Slow down. Slow. I feel habanero hot. Box fan in the window, fridge unhinged, hot. Colorful raspas with a kiss of chili and chamoy, hot. Popsicles melting sticky sweetness on my lips, hot. The season is changing and the solstice sensations is all I've got. And baby, it's so fuego hot. Summertime sounds like the Paletta cart bell ringing, sprinklers running, lawnmowers humming, unfolding a plastic tarp for slip and slide. A slow sunset car ride, AC blasting on high, or windows down low, just letting the humid air blow. Nostalgia is letting my memories flow. Yes, summertime sounds so glistening and golden as the soulful classics on the radio. Motown hits, freestyle music, and hip-hop vibes are so contempo. Lyrics about revolution, anthems bumping, or new instrumentals. So many jams thumping through my speakers provided an influential soundtrack to my life. Summertime feels like sweaty in the shade, looks like sun-brew tea and pictures of lemonade. Feels like hanging on the front porch or the back porch or wading in anybody's swimming pool, trying not to move in order to stay cool. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah. Reminds me of spending all the day at the YMCA playing games, saving up coins for the arcade, attending the 4th of July parade. With blasting fireworks rocketing, blue jeans, shorts, and skirts, looking my best, trying to flirt, but just too shy. Sometimes I'm lounging in linen or saying yes to the sundress, depending on how I'm feeling. Wearing big earrings and even bigger hairdos, bobby pins, buns, fades, twists, bobby pins. Fades and twists, curling, ironed, and spritz. Combs and afro picks with black fists. All of this praying it will hold up against the sun. Yeah, right. And by the time curfew hit, we were done. But still trying to sneak in a few more minutes of fun, cause summertime comes and goes so quickly. And we need to cherish the freedom while it lasts. Once the time passes, it's back to strict rules, back to school, back to waking up early, and nothing is as cool as summertime. Trips to visit my favorite cousins on family vacation, barbecues and so many invitations to relax, celebrate and just unwind. The season is changing into solstice sensation and everything is fine. And I've got summertime on my mind. And you can feel it in the streets. On a day like this, the heat, it feels like summer. I feel like summer. It feels like summer. Said you can feel it in the streets. On a day like this, the heat, it feels like summer. And it is, yeah. I feel like summer. Baby, it's summer time.
Thank you, Andrea. We want to, Alicia Garcia is here, right? And she's up next.
So this poem is for the 17th time, and it's about my coming to the United States and trying to learn English in Houston, Texas, with an African-American nanny that took care of us before my mom got home from work, and she would sing to us, but I developed such a horrible accent with her accent and my Spanish accent that I was unintelligible. But I didn't understand the world I was living in, and so this is about that time. This is after the poet Chen Chen. For the 17th time, I tell the kids on the block for the 17th time, I am a Mexican-American girl and I like black people just fine. But this is Texas. And I'm not old enough yet to understand the understory, or why it is like talking to a rock, or throwing a small pebble against a large, empty church. My English was coming along, I thought, until my sweet 16 neighbor played the Blue Moon on the piano and sang along. How could a moon be blue? Without a dream in its heart, without a love of its own. For the 17th time, my mother had to explain metaphor. I got invited to breakfast at the Johnson's house one Saturday morning. I ate something called pigs in a blanket. Again, with the naming for the 17th time, my mother said, just pretend you're eating frijoles. Story McCarthy beat us up again for the 17th time because he could. We played a game called Kick the Can that lasted until 9:30 p.m. in the summer. During the day, we fried eggs on the sidewalk. I learned to punch back. My mother had to come and get me from 3rd grade often because Sheila's gang ripped the pockets of my new dress during picture day and said Mexicans were supposed to study on the other side of town. My mother found me at the principal's office, muddy tear stains on my starched white collar. She got docked in pay every time she had to pick me up. Don't be so sensitive, she said. They are uneducated, uninformed. Just walk away. And for the 17th time, I just couldn't. So this is all about what we can do with a pen. So revolution with a pen. And this is dedicated to a Wimberley poet, to a poet from Kerrville. I almost messed up. Ethan Scott. Your hand is a mirror. Your fist a brick. Each finger a calla lily typing existence code on a keyboard. What if you were a salamander changing color to suit the scene? Your eyes wild with sunlight, a constellation of colors, a different reality each day. What if your grandmother's words were tucked in between your vertebrae and your song connected to the bell in front of your voice, and it could howl so loudly it would scare the hollow wind of your tomorrows away from your lungs? In your house, there is a chest of drawers in every room. Your mother called it insurance. Covered by underwear and blankets are all the answers she forgot to tell me while alive. You pull out magic from the crone drawer, paint a freedom mural on the bedroom wall, and write an opus on the wonder of spiders. It takes years, my friends, to figure out that a truck is a girl's best friend. Just throw the vermin away, load the suitcases in the back, and take off with the other rider coyotes. What if it was ice cold in June in Texas, and kindness came to sit on your stoop, freezing? Would you let it in to enjoy your fire? Or would you sit in a rocking chair thinking on the what ifs, licking and licking those unkissed lips? Thank you. Who's next? Terry, who's next? Ah, my friend. Please welcome Chris Carmona.
All right, so these last four, or these ones I'm going to read here, are actually from a new collection I'm working on that I guess retells American history from different perspectives. So this is what these four poems do. So the first one is called George Washington's Teeth. And so a lot of people still have the idea that George Washington wore wooden dentures. It's completely not true. All right. So George Washington's teeth. We knew way too much about George Washington's teeth. Wooden dentures cut from a cherry tree that tell no lies. Or were they? On display at Mount Vernon, George Washington's teeth hobbled together from the mouths of men who had no say, of men who had no names, of men who had their teeth stolen, so that George Washington could eat steak and potatoes. From the molar to the incisor, the mouth of America's first president, like American history, was taken from the mouths of Black America. This next one is kind of about the ingenuity of enslaved peoples and where braids come from. So this is called Braids. Braids helped slaves escape slavery. Coded messages and maps to free lands woven into each trenza, sometimes rice hidden in their hair to avoid starvation. It was in Colombia where Bencos Piojo created the first encoded map messages in braids. Cane rows for the sugarcane fields they worked. Curvy braids wove the paths they used to escape. Gold threads braided into each strand to pay their way once they were free. Seeds peppered their hairs throughout to plant crops once they found their freedom lands. Corn rows or cane rows often evaded any suspicion from their owners, and their hair was often looked on as nothing but beastly and unkept. So this one here is taken from, if y'all don't know who John Brown was, This is taken from his last speech that he gave before they executed him. And this poem is called "We Need More John Brown White People." We need more John Brown white people willing to start a revolution to free peoples in bondage. Quote, to remember them that are in bonds as bonds with them, and them which suffer adversity as being yourself also in that body. 2, we need more white people willing to die for the cause that is not theirs and never will be, and believes in compassion, not because it's about them, but because suffering is an open wound that needs soothing. 3, we need more white people willing to risk it all for the price of freedom, even if they've never felt the chains, invisible and strong, that to this day are felt by those whose skin is just not the right color, or those who speak with a tongue foreign to white ears. 4, we need more John Brown white people. As he once said, now it is deemed necessary that I should forfeit my life for the furtherance of the ends of justice, and mingle my blood further with the blood of any children, and with the blood of millions in this slave country whose rights are disregarded by the wicked, the cruel, and unjust enactments. So I submit and I say, let it be done. So this last one, it's Carlotta Lacomi. So between 1519 and 1865, there was over 250 documented slave revolts, and about 90% of those were led by women. So this is about Carlotta. She was a rebel leader who led a slave revolt in Cuba, which kind of made her famous there. So Carlotta Lacomi, La Negra Carlotta, born free, died the same way she lived, a rebel girl who was kidnapped, enslaved, her wings clipped so as not to fly away, but she did not falter. She took up drumming, playing her heart out, and in those songs wrote messages about freedom and slavers' movements. And she prepared for rebellion. Then on the 5th of November, 1843, gunpowder exploded and plantations burned. Machetes made for sugarcane now cut white men's necks. Although the Spanish overwhelmed them, Carlotta's spirit still shines bright. And if you listen closely, you can still hear those drums of rebellion beating over and over again. Thank you. Elena, you're up.
I will read a diptych of birthday poems for my husband, who is here. October. My kind heart, you know how I long for your birthday, the portal from heat and closure to breathable, humane air. First scarlet leaves will grow together, gray and muscular, young and younger, despite the despair of sagging eyelids. I know the cure is not in this century, but aren't we timeless? At least when I look at you at McGovern Lake, squinting at the sunset crossed by whistling ducks, as if I tried to imprint you image at every flickering pathway to recognize you someday in eternity. Walls. After your birthday dinner, you said life didn't turn out the way you wanted. Then who wanted the way it turned out? If no one, why did it turn out that way? I wanted a sun, summers in a fisherman village, and an endless book where seagulls would dispute the catch of memories, until silence dims the coral ashes of a shore and other planets rise with methane rivers that cleave their blue craggy surfaces, and geyser vapors that form into frozen particles the size of our house, rotate on a carousel of orbital rings, gravitational ripples. At night, I hear not only cicadas and alarms from distant parking lots, but the silence, whose invitation is my gift on earth. I enter it, a swimmer who used to long for a lonely blue lap, a lover who's learned thousands of paths to almost unshareable joy, quiet ratios of musica universalis. With you, we are music. For you, I dye my nickel hair black and fit into jeans I wore at 17, when, on foggy November stops, I waited for the lighted bus to take me uptown. There, after a day of threading water pipes at the factory, I would watch couples promenade along dark boulevards, road banisters run staircases as musical staves, elegant bookshelves and paintings behind high windows made me think of lives that turned out the way they wanted. Clusters of grapes, 2 minuets by Rameau. I cupped my hands to light a cigarette in a drizzle of an emptying boulevard and drifted in the idle reveries like those about couples waltzing at a candlelight Viennese ball, and my grandparents who never danced but survived the famine together. Frosted silence, congealed puddles, creased my movements when I struck a match. Planets rotated, looking down at the insignificance of any human story. But in many years, when I met you, something in their equations changed. The music in a darkened concert hall stopped being an oboe solo under a solitary spotlight. Gentle melodies wove into a bass line with a steady heartbeat, waltzed in a warming silence, the way I wanted, the way it turned out. And the last short poem after derecho. Road lights are still off. Traffic inches towards this of lightning. Blooms of magnolias, white as unusual against the graphite sky, float above on both sides of my windshield, enchanted like the wide lenses of Malik's films. I listen to Liszt, Lieberstrom on Sirius, and all this honking feels so irrelevant after derecho. Splinters of tinted window glass like from shrapnel in my homeland. I'm just thankful to be among the living, this ancient traffic amid magnolias. Thank you, and let's greet the next poet, wonderful bilingual poet from Houston, Varsha Saraya Shah.
The first poem I'm going to read to, in the first poem, is my inborn love for numbers. I'm a person of numbers. That was my career for a long time. My left brain always fights with the right. So, but this poem is really about, I had that in praise of small things, I call it in praise of how we count. My fingers hold 14 counts. Asha tells Emily, who shakes her head, giggling, "No way, a hand is a count of 5. Asha flips open her palm as if unfolding her summer fan. Look, each finger with 3 sections totals 12. Short thumb worth 2. That's how I learned arithmetic. My papa used to say, our fingers are not equal, but vital together. Unique like people. And remember, like a family, no matter how different each member, their blood connects them. Ha! A family that fits in my fist. Asha recalls snorting with laughter. Ha! Is shelter bondage? Amma says, neither. Your fist is a nest of magic. You and your fate. A palm etched forever with grid lines of destiny, only yours to explore. Invisible is your door into sacred. Asha waves her hand to Emily kite-like, whispering to the birds. She fancies being wind, the kind that needs no accounting. Come dark, Asha slaps her finger onto the pillow. Hello, give me 5. Imagining her fingers bursting with countless stars. Her team of dreams, they follow her kite as if a comet's tail deep into sleep. Each night, she catches a star, hers and hers alone. Thank you. And the second and last poem, it's about my love for ladybugs. And the way they roam in my garden. I love gardening. It's my sanctuary for all 4 stages of our life: birth, youth, old age, and death. And the poem is titled Anticipation. We brought ladybugs home, 1,500 of them, to scatter among flowers, to feast on scrawlers, pests. Jamie at the nurse pulled a bag out of refrigeration, humming all the way to checkout. They fluttered and entwined inside white netting. Agile in the sunlight, Jamie assuring over and over, not to worry. Once in your fridge, they'll go to sleep. They know how to conserve. All evening, on and off, I peeped in their colony, childlike, curious, what are they doing? Crowded in my cold store, full of fresh produce, milk, sauces, spiced legumes, half roused and dreaming of meals of aphids and whiteflies, plant mites, and insect eggs in a man-made thicket. My throat a gilt container till I could picture old roses hugging tiny mouths, licking their silken bodies, feast, then flight. Inside their honeycomb fabric homestead, they sleep, stirring, shaking inertia each time the fridge door opens and the yellow bulb announces, "Son," the cue, "Hey, time to feed." Come vernal equinox, as instructed, we take them out at dusk by the sink, spray water on their flickering cells, shuffling timidly, some moving to the top of the seal bag quickly to fly, to feed. We walk them outdoors as if doing a ceremony. Life, as we know, is beaconing. Their sojourn with families of Belinda's dream, Yellow Rose of Texas, Gold English tea, poet's wife, my hybrid newbie. Come second springtime, one robust couple lands on my palm. A baby crawls on garden clippers, another in my hair tickles a curl under ear. Hereafter, we are only lights, heirlooms. Thank you.
It's time once again for Rod Carlos Rodriguez.
All right. I'm going to read two pieces. They're a little emotional, just wanted to warn you. And one is told from the perspective, first-person perspective of a woman who's had to deal with a horrible experience. It's called Counting Corona. He's sitting up today. The machines make their usual beeps, breaths, groans. The cough is muted a bit. I can see a little more light behind his eyes and a weak smile, just for me. Lucy, his usual nurse, wearing blue scrubs, is counting to herself again behind the mask. She doesn't think I can hear her whispered cadences on my computer screen, even after just 6 days since Jose was admitted. I find solace in Lucy's counting. Jose motions the nurse to bring the camera on the laptop closer to him. The stale sweat, the mucus sliding down the back of his throat, I imagine smells horrible to Lucy. I clutch the corners of my computer screen, feel its sharp edges dig into my flesh. Today I will not cry. He must see strength from me. Helena, I feel a little better. His voice grates against the plastic walls around his bed, and he looks at me through the camera. Just this small effort tires him out. You're such a trooper, Jose, I respond. No tremble that I can hear in my voice. Lucy keeps counting. The doctor calls at 2 a.m. Jose is on pure oxygen now. I wipe the sleep out of my eyes. Guilt craters the lining in my stomach for drifting off. I look at the computer screen, hear his coughs, hardly a pause between breaths. I'm here, Jose. I'm here. He barely turns his head. This starts another coughing fit. Lucy is not in the room. The machines are counting for her with beeps, breaths, and groans. Jose settles down finally, and my tears finally. The computer screen grows cloudy as my cheeks are gouged with wet streaks, eyes staring, waiting with the machines. The moment Jose is placed on the ventilator is when I start feeling a tickle in the back of my throat. At least he's not coughing anymore. Lucy is back with her counting, wearing peach-colored scrubs this time. The machines breathe, beep, and groan for him. I find myself breathing with their rhythm through the computer's speakers. I manage a week. I love you, Jose. Lucy says he can't hear me. I don't believe her. I thought I saw his leg move. I count the Tylenol in my hand. The doctor emails me the just-in-case paperwork. He says I need to sign it and mail it back as soon as possible. I wish Lucy would stop counting. And this is Lucy's story. It's called Letting Lucy. Lucy listens to the clock on the wall. It runs on AA batteries. She's had to change them a few times. Her patients in the ICU love and hate how she counts the second hand. The loud clicks slam and explode in her head. Slam, 1. Slam, 2. She's ready to quit today. Corona has killed more people here than she remembers. Slam, 3. Slam, 4. Joe, an orderly from the ER, passed through the ward. He lasted 2 weeks. You did your best. It's what the doctor is supposed to say. She doesn't believe him. Slam, 10. Slam, 11. She counts aloud. It helps lessen the blow of each second hand hammering in her skull. And this patient, she looks at the chart. A Jose Rivera, who croaks at his wife Helena, or something like that. Lucy grudgingly brings the computer closer to Mr. Rivera. She decides to come in tomorrow. Give it another day. Slam, 50. Slam, 60. Joshua in the next room coughs and coughs. Lucy always waits for the second or third round of Joshua's cacophony. He never disappoints. There's no clock in his room. She can close her eyes a little if it weren't for the damn machines, their beeps and groans, and the coughing. Lucy quietly counts the coughs. 1, 2. Is there a believable excuse to not come in tomorrow? Lucy adjusts the IV, stares at Josh's once handsome nose and chin. His face contorts with each cough. Lucy needs a break. Next shift break is in an hour. Mrs. Rivera is crying again. Lucy's lost count of the woman's weepy fits. No battery in the clock. Lucy is tired and is still ready to quit. One of the staff nurses left Mr. Rivera's legs hanging off the bed. Really does look like the leg keeps moving. Machines keep breathing, beeping, groaning. They're Lucy's new clock. Breathe, 1. beat 2, groan 3. Mrs. Rivera's coughs through the computer act as counterbalance. Lucy's ready to inform the head nurse she quits. Cough 8, cough 10. She even has a plan. She'll wait for Mr. Rivera. He's almost done. I didn't forget. All right, please give a big hand for Kelly and Ellis.
So, continuing with my beach setting, this is an older poem. It's set in Galveston, and I wrote it around the year of Katrina, and a lot of Katrina people who were displaced ended up in Galveston. So if there are some references to that, you'll catch that. Because desire is not a streetcar. Drive down to Galveston Sunday. Cross the causeway. Hold your breath. No shoulder to recover. Should you lose control, spin out, break down. Your brakes are bad, your gauge gone. On empty always, and gusts suggest blood above that blue bay. This bridge has seen some death. Drive on, down Broadway. Oleander and ivy invade Victorian mansions, lush with abandon. Seedy sorts barter on every corner. How much? $10. Not bad. The graveyard overgrown invites whispers, offers a witness. Hold your breath, lest some restless spirit snatch your soul, blow you back to when the storm of 1900 washed this island clean, swept shanties and mansions, orphans, politicians, hooligans, whores, all the way to Texas City. Ghosts got nowhere to go. These stones, they smack of voodoo. Drive on. That bone-white church, 14th and Broadway, reminisces Blanche. It's the only clean thing in the quarter. A whitewashed grave beneath skies, Della Robbia blue. Hold your breath. It's always Sunday in Galveston. Folks worship what they love. Attics and alleys, artists and galleries, paint egrets or icons, drink Cabernet, priests partake, surfers swim in sun and scum. It floats in from the Sargasso Sea, the wood you build your totem with, to worship what you love. Drive back alone. Fires of Texas City burn dull through dawn. Muse on a dream from your wakeful sleep. Rags outside the Salvation Army take shape, assemble into people, carnivalesque, march Church Street, scarecrow-like, lurch to a Zydeco dirge. You accompany them, move in time, walk the dance, gather flowers for the dead, hold your breath. And the next one is the thing with feathers, and I changed the details a little bit. The person who was gathering feathers was actually my friend Susan, who's here tonight. So I changed the details a little bit, but it's mostly true. The thing with feathers. Swarms of pelicans storm the beach, gather at the edge of the water. The wind has scattered feathers all over. My daughter gathers a bouquet, bone white, gray as the day. She schemes to make a dream catcher. You You cannot take home every feather, I tell her, no matter how light. Their weight accumulates, suffocates, prevents flight. Better to make a duster, gather dust. Dreams are tricky, fleeing things you can't catch with the webs woven from what's fallen. Try to sneak, hope for luck, work for food. You can't spend sand, dollars, that is. Now I'm remembering the lover I thought would cost me nothing. No breadwinner, no. But he brought the butter, the sugar, made mornings sweeter. Then it was later than I thought. High noon. Dark. Light had flown like a flock of pelicans driving the edge of a storm. See that baby shark? Washed up. Must have thought he was going somewhere, swimmingly. Life flying by. The poet was wrong. Hope is heavy. Drop the feathers, I tell my daughter. Stop scavenging the beach for baubles that turn to rubble. Cute becomes clutter. You won't want it when you get home. I know. Don't drag driftwood. Let it drift. Thank you. And please welcome Griselda J. Castillo to the stage.
Hello again. These next two poems are about the border. Very different poems. One is about crossing over freely in my youth, and the second one is about kind of the state of the border today, so I hope you all enjoy it. This first one's called Vampiros. We were itching, thirsting for blood, for that sweet red nectar served in a martini glass with a chile pequin dusted rim. A warm sunset spread over the Rio Grande as I sat on the bed of my dad's pickup truck, smoking stolen cigarettes, waiting for my fellow vampire to finish his shift. We blasted the radio and built our thirst, drove to the bridge, delaying the magic of those sweet and spicy drinks, paid a toll and gave children waiting at low streetlights shiny American quarters in exchange for their tiny talents and wares. We drove past Paseo Cristobal, past maquiladoras and blocks that went on for miles, 6-foot cinder block fences, metal storefronts, and neon signs until we reached the bar and ordered 2 drinks each in a martini glass with those chili dusted rims. I savored those vampiros slinking down my throat, lubricating every dark star we encountered into the constellation of the evening. We let our pulse drown out the music and raised our drinks to the night for giving us blood. From the balcony, we eavesdropped on people fighting over debts, and when the rent was due, smacking mosquitoes into our necks, we realized that even in Mexico, they felt the pricks of life's tiny teeth and became vampires by night, adults paling at responsibilities by day. It was clear as we drove back across the bridge to Laredo that the necessary English to bring us over the border would soon not be enough to slake our throat, our growing bloodlust. We'd have to look beyond the river for remedies and hook onto heartbeats listening for answers. Cool bed sheets waited for my neck and collarbones to finally rest, for my eyes to sleep, providing a temporary cure for the itch. But I know now what I knew all those years before. I will always be itchy. I will always be thirsty.
Right on.
All right, this next one's called Borders. Borders meant to keep them out, líneas que dividen, splitting lives like the dry skin on a calabaza. Borders meant to keep us enjaulados. Somos children in a cage. Borders meant to keep familias adrift en mares de monte, floating on with recycled PVC bottles, navigating por fe, dreaming up the farolitos, lighting their way north, the way back to their children. Borders meant to keep us taking sides. Borders meant to keep things brown and black and all the shades of brown and all the shades of black. I am made of borders. My soul is a patchwork San Marcos with escenas de Navidad, La Noche Buena emblazoned with dividing lines. I am an infant, cradled by borders, rocked to sleep on the líneas meant to keep us awake in alive. Borders meant to blind us to the niños fleeing pandillas, waking up to bullets, singing soft dreams on cement floors, mom and dad replaced by a badge. Borders meant to keep us following a tinfoil star, providing the comfort of an emergency blanket, the warmth of a TV. Borders meant to keep us pushing through, keep us from ending this in a cell over an English Christmas, moving food around a foam plate, nothing green or red or sweet in sight. Borders meant to keep us in gray and beige boxes behind hundreds of cold metal erect. Borders meant to keep us in the walls of our minds, corralling us between fences of fear when borders were meant to bring us together. Thank you. Now, let's please give a warm welcome for Mr. Charles Darnell.
I began my first session with a romantic love poem, traditional. This session I'll do the same. It's a little more personal though, it's about my wife. Barbara on a winter night. Crystal cold, in a fierce wind we walked, the glassy crunch in the soft light snow, this wispy waves in a metal-colored sky. Frosty ghosts announce your words, dance like devils. You smile, knowing with knowing beyond relating, and gaze at me with bright gems. Matter. We are children of the beginning. Our essence is ancient, and we are made from stars. Hints of immortal matter, auras of remembrance, all the old legends are true. In our veins throb the millennia of time, and we are all gods. Each of us, with a squint of the eye, see ourselves in the other, a tribe of molecules attuned to the wispy cosmos, and our atoms sing in eternal harmony. We have always known the words. This next poem is inspired by Rabindranath Tagore. He was a Bengali poet. He was the first non-English speaking poet to win the Nobel Prize for Literature. This is back in the 1920s. Also, it's in rhyme, and I don't normally write in rhyme. I like to say it's too restrictive, but it's actually because I'm quite lazy. Where, inspired by Rabindranath Tagore, where the road is straight and pointed, where the trees are always full, where the holy are anointed, and they wear the sacred wool, where the innocent are cared for, where there's comfort for the old, where the mournful healed of heartsore and the lost in from the cold. Where the river runs so sweetly, where the sky is clear and blue, where lovers love discreetly beneath a western yew, where dreams are not shameful, your work a source of pride, where the poor are not blameful, and sympathy the guide, where war is not a motto, where peace the prized key, where love rules all tomorrow, let my country be. Thank you. It's my pleasure to reintroduce the delightful Roja Chamankar.
Hello again. I think because it's almost a long poem, I'll read a part of this one in Persian, and after then, I'll read in English. می نویسم چراغ دارم ترکش ها را از لابلای سفیدی کاغذ رفت و روب می کنم کافه‌ای می نویسم دنج با یک میز و 2 صندلی گوشه چپش به نیت سوی چپ جهان و چکامه های زیبای از دست رفته اش دارم برای تو حرف میزنم از تلألؤ دریا در چشم لرزان ماهی ها و نفسهای بلند آسمان در گفتگوی هراسیده پرنده ها میبوسیم تنگ دارم میبوسمت تنگ باران موشکم ما امان نمیدهد تخت سینه آسمان سیاه می شود تخت سیاه مدرسه سرخ دارم ماه جامانده از شب پیش را نجات می دهم میان جنگ تا جنگ یک پیروزی فاصله است دارم بلند بلند به شکست پیروزی می خندم می نویسم چراغ باری که نوری از کافه‌ای از سمت جهان می تابد می نویسم سنگر ماهی ها سنگ می شوند دارم تو را صدا می زنم دست سایبان چشم چشم سایبان اشک های بی امان می کنم عطر تو را فرو می دهم دارم بوسیدنت را توی خواب تنگ بغل می کنم دارم توی خواب حرف می زنم توی خواب راه می روم Light, I write. The shrapnel shells sweeping, I am. From in between the white of the paper, a cafe, I write, cozy. With a table and 2 seats on its left corner. Thinking of the left side of the world and its lost beautiful odes. Talking to you, I am, of the sea shining in the trembling eyes of the fish and the sky's loud breaths, in the terrified conversation of the birds. I call you by name, you call me by name. The rain of missiles does not relent. The broad bed of the sky turns black, and the school's blackboard turns red. Saving last night's leftover of the moon, I am, and Ali, I write earthen. And placing the saved moon, I am in the sky. There comes the sound of a cat from the unknown, calling out its dark counterpart. The world says, ouch, threading the world's wrinkled face, I am. A street, I write, endless, with loud trees on both sides, with bird-filled sky. I name it the sea. Hearing the waves, I am. I take your hand, swallow your perfume, sweeping the shrapnel shells from the trembling sounds of the fish, I am. Between a war and a war, the distance is a victory. Laughing aloud, I am, aloud to the victory's defeat. And when I laugh at something aloud, I get hiccup. And when I get hiccups, something bad will happen. For example, the alarms go off, and a loud line of peace travels an unknown path from among the fears. Walking blindly, I am. Light, I write. There shines a beam of light from a cafe on the left side of the world. Hand shades the eye, and the eyes shades the tears, relentless. The upward rain of missiles from the earth, calling out its counterpart in the sky. The cats get killed. Trench, I write. The fist turn into stones. The fish turn into stones. The jaw of the world move. Its fist trembles, and its lost oaths upturn. Calling you, I am. Hand shades the eye, and eye shades the relentless tears. I swallow your perfume. Embracing, I am. Your kisses tight. Tucking in my dream, I am. Walking in my dream, I am. Thank you. Please welcome Sasha West.
I'm feeling so in awe of the love that creativity brings into being, and how all the poets that have come before me have called the world into language, and we've been watching Chris paint, and maybe you had an idea of what this would look like, but for us, just sitting and watching, there's been moments where it's like a line suddenly makes the face come alive. And Terry, I know you had all the words before and have scored this, but Jeremy and Joe and Laura, like, you've been responding moment by moment. I just feel, yeah, like this. This is incredible. This is incredible. Yeah, and I think there's an act of love in what we choose to make the world. We're in a country that is doing a lot of harm in a lot of places and has a lot of potential. And I think these last two poems, the first one is in the voice of Cassandra, who was the Greek prophet who said there would be a Trojan War, and no one listened to her, maybe because she was a woman. There are a lot of voices in the world that have been silenced, maybe because people love war. And so both of these are kind of trying to move into a space where we make something else. Cassandra. Increasingly, the raw flicker. I couldn't tell you that I was walking in the paper goods aisle and the boreal forest that fed it. That the sequins over the children's bellies shimmered into the bellies of the fish gutted open to glitter. That knowing how the field would burn made the field shimmer, and sorrow caught against my clothes like sandpaper. That red was sometimes so lush at the edge of my vision, the slow carnage a poppy field, that weathering steel has a skin of rust to keep the deeper self from rusting, that I tried to rust my mind, that when I ate an orange, I became wholly orange, felt my teeth between the pulp's cells sink into my own hand, its rot, the loam, that like an enemy leaving a territory, the ocean salted so many acres, that trees died from the bottom up, the forest a floating pool of green limbs over black stone, that the visions started spreading, so many of us in waste and waves and endless flood, that my mind alongside their minds was less alone, less singular, that everywhere I looked, I was a terrible window, that bonfires of burning tires around each deer's corpse on the thawing tundra thawed the tundra, that fish swam across the marble floor of the dictator's palace, but that as we got nearer and everything sped up, what flew off with centrifugal force was a terrifying kindness, that the neighbors tended each other's lives after the storms fiercely, herding debris, filling sandbags, tucking an old woman in on a couch or floor. Had you seen what, when we all pulled together, came from us, you would see why my suffering faded. How tender our villages when the goods receded back to good. Yes, the world kept burning. I kissed my daughter's neck behind her hair where I had marked her. My husband and I lay down like the ones in Pompeii to be together forever as stone. And this poem is called The End, but we're not really at the end yet. Okay. The end. Finally, our minds made porous. When the future dimmed, people in formation, tenderness, the abattoirs closed. Fewer planes, a vast listening. Across the world, animal herds took back migration routes. Pollen rose in clouds. At the edges, a slowness in the day, in the heat, a decision to rest, like a body that finally accepts the diagnosis. Bison's fur covering us in the rare and colder winters. So many marching, ballots and boycotts, people laying down the arsenals of wealth. We gave up our plumage. We set aside our giant antlers, not the chaos government predicted. Ruminants remade grasslands. Microbes engineered the soil. I let myself come fully back to the present. Welcome, cold against the backs of my fingertips. Walking down the road, my husband brushing hair out of my face with his warm palm. My daughter launching her body against me as hard as she could. I held her. I watered and sheltered trees. I opened our windows. Remembered I had the same ending as every human and a body in the meantime to run the world through. Thank you. And now it is my great pleasure to welcome Terry Dawson back to the stage. Let us show him all the love.
When my uncle who lived with us and who was a jazz guitarist could no longer stand my Bob Dylan albums, he said, somebody put that guy out of his misery, and he passed me the Miles Davis album, Kinda Blue, and I fell in love. No matter the room, it's filled with a cerulean haze, lingering with the lightest of rains. The disc slipped into my hands by my uncle when I, a teen, makes it so from the get-go. By the end, you meandering the streets of Spain where modernity and antiquity banter before they gaily laugh. Sacks on sacks, blue on green. Along the way you jostle in a seat on a train, taking in dark cityscapes at dusk. As you approach and slow, pedestrian faces grow, pensive and drawn. Some sip a cigarette as if it the panacea to their malaise, a smoldering escape. You almost fade into the floating, muted trumpet strains, luring like a scent past trash bins in desolate midnight alleys, before a harmony of horns pours you like bourbon into the pockets of an indigo suit, a kind of sky, a soul you never knew you possessed. At once restless and relaxed, you become a lanky cat intent on every patting of paw. You're kind of blue, but who cares? The downbeat, your steady companion definitely knows the way, but its detours drive your stride, splicing the fog of every day to open to a place familiar and yet fresh. You may say, so what? But that's exactly the point. A shower of piano strokes, a brush of snare, a sortie of frisky tenor riffs, freeloading with that sonorous pizzicato pluck of bass. So what? So what? So what? This is, tomorrow's my anniversary. My wife's a doctor, and so living with a doctor is different. And when she's an intensivist, it's intensely different. For which he has to deal with. I can not tell you the things my wife has to deal with. a few years ago, she was diagnosed with lung cancer, and so she has a way of dealing with it. And so I wrote my first ghazal, which is loosely about the sound that a gazelle makes. That's what the meaning is, a gazelle makes when dying. And so how my wife dealt with this and the contrast with that, I had to write this ghazal, which has a particular rhyme scheme, and you'll get it. So I need these guys to rescue me with playing some Motown. And then you'll see how my wife has dealt with her cancer. The Good Doctor's Ghazal. To get through, she adds 2 hearts of song, releasing blood of a throb of song. Each cochlea receives its organ, fed by the threads of her constant song. An excuse to groove from room to room, keep at bay a cancered lung's wrong song. From muscle shoals to Motown cadence, the bass line erasing all not song. Her mind tracks levels of sodium, antibody cures, complex long songs, doctors' minds never still till drowned out. Sick doctors must crave the pause of song. She leaps, limbos, prances, savannas of our home, her gazelle trotted song. She can never, ever and name every muscle moved while taking pulse. No thought of stopping song, no stopping the doctor when so wired. Pale hearts in ears make a bot of song. Trot on, rock on, a doctor in the house. My constant, long may she waft song. Thank you all for coming and staying. And so if I can get the poets to come up here so you can see them all together. Next to Chris Rogers. Chris once again has captured us, so if you could all stand around and we can hold hands and show the unity, the love that's brought us together.
So we're gonna lock your bass up in the sound room. Thanks, Jeremy. Sorry, man.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh.
It was awesome. What a bomb. Man, your kids are cute as hell, man. They're cute.